0, a bunch of important numbers. 9, a bunch of important numbers. 23, a bunch of important numbers. 7, a bunch of important numbers. 11, a bunch of important numbers. 11. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult.
All right, pardon the interruption. It is July 5th, 2021. Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds and closed minds. We don't discriminate. 833-311-1984. We were live about half an hour ago, and OBS got nuked, and I had to re-download it, and now the screen looks crazy, but the number's on there. Intro music there was Lucifer Tim, the official Flat Earth International Anthem. I'll put a link to that in the chat for those of you who are asking. It's a SoundCloud account there. I think someone called while I was rebooting, and I also took the time to catch up on the internet bill, make sure there's no reason, no way for the Matrix to get in here and wreck things, as it's apt to do. Okay, we got a voicemail. Let's take a listen.
Hey, how's it going? I'm just calling because I'm trying, all these puzzle pieces, just trying to piece it all together. There's just so many different sort of narratives and timelines going on, Who knows? Maybe government is God. Wouldn't that be a bummer? A lot of things, man, a lot of things to talk about, but not good at speaking into these automated machines.
Well, yeah, if you want to call back, by all means, but let's go ahead and go over this. This is the reoccurring theme, actually, of the week, this idea of God as government. And really this picked up when Grimes, who's pretty much just a Musk proxy, who's just a proxy of the elites, people like Klaus Vader over there at the WEF, they have been talking about this incoming AI God, which will probably possess you through your phones or something like that. Let me go ahead and show you where we're coming from. If you search digital monolith NATO, the first thing that shows up is an article that I posted, The Occult Meaning of the NATO Monolith. The digital monolith, the one world monocult, a worldview handed to us through controlled news, fake science, against a backdrop of fake and falsified histories. We're in this matrix, and the cult that runs the world, the cult of the obelisk, they have a monopoly over the means of perception. And so that's really the power disparity here. And so the masses who've been lulled into the surreality are in fact in a simulation. Like they're in the real world, yes, but their minds are plugged into something else, and it matters. And one of the things that Grimes was talking about was how artificial intelligence would allow us to perfect communism. And not only that, but it would get rid of, world hunger. It would solve all of our problems. We wouldn't have to do anything with our lives anymore other than just do art and stuff. NFTs. Well, sure enough, following up on this, someone sent me this message saying, hey, look, you can find a prediction here that connects the monolith theme to the emerging AI. So let me go ahead and show you what Gaia is before we go any further. So the World Economic Forum, of course, they have this new initiative, and it's post-reset thinking. This is how to rebuild the world better, build back better, as they say. The Global AI Action Alliance. So the Global AI Action Alliance, Gaia is just another name for the Earth God that they worship. And here's what they say. They launched this initiative to advance the promise of, quote, responsible artificial intelligence. Look, we don't even know if there is such a thing. much less irresponsible versus responsible. But this has another meaning to it. There's another agenda here. But this is what was sent to me this morning. And this is where the caller, talking about government as God, he may be onto something here. So Bowie predicted the coming of AI in, you have this song, The Man Who Sold the World. I guess that's what it was originally called. So the song here is called Savior Machine from his third album, The Man Who Sold the World. Okay, so Savior Machine has some lyrics that seem to pertain to about right now. President Joe, now here's the significance of David Bowie really quick, and just to plug this all in. David Bowie is Space Oddity. He has a parallel story with Space Odyssey, the Stanley Kubrick film. Now, Space Odyssey has David Bowman. David Bowman eventually merges with the monolith. His consciousness does. David Bowie, David Bowman, these are parallel characters. He's kind of based on it. So here, in a David Bowie song, Savior Machine, and we're talking about the digital monolith in this context. Here are the lyrics. President Joe once had a dream. The world held his hand, gave their pledge, and he sold them a scheme for a savior machine. And it goes on about how its logic stopped war, fed the world. So this thing about this savior machine, David Bowie predicting it being given its power by the man who sells the world, President Joe. And I started down this path because someone sent me a message or they posted something and they said, is President Joe going to cede power to AI as Bowie predicted in 1969? And now that was the first I had heard of it. And I would say definitively yes. The answer is yes. All right, let me go ahead and go to the comments. Yes, if you're missing anything, if you ever miss any live streams, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. It's a hub, and you can catch up on all the archives. We're on every single podcasting platform. We're also on TuneIn now. We're broadcasting live 24/7. You can find us on radio.net. It's one of the more recent places we got picked up. I have been working on a lot of things on the side, and we do have plans for the future to put a lot of focus on our field reporters again. And I also want to do more with the music that we play. So I will be having some of the artists call in. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hi, Tim. This is Dustin. I called earlier. I'm the one that left a message about perhaps government is God.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of getting into here, because it seems like we're being sold that concept with AI as the cover. And to me, it's just that. It's just a cover. But government as God, how did you arrive at this?
Well, I mean, oh, wow. I've been consuming so much information as of late. It's kind of hard to tell exactly where I arrived at it, but I guess I could start with, I think I heard once that the root term of government, maybe it's Latin, it comes from gubernare mens, which means to control the mind. Ultimately, government as God, whether they're the ultimate God or whatever, I mean, God, I hope not. But
well, I've been suggesting that government is the religion of the world, that it's disguised as something else, but it's become the de facto religion because it's been empowered by scientocracy, by a priest-like science class that can, an entire priest class that can tell us the world's going to end if we don't pay taxes to this governmental organization, to cool the temperature. The world's going to end if we don't prepare for space junk. So it does seem like government has taken control of the minds of people through the media. And in that sense, it has become like the dominant force in people's lives. The screen, the black screen, all the mediation. So in that sense, yeah, it's their religion. I don't know if you'd say God, but maybe.
Well, absolutely. I mean, they definitely have. I saw a post today where the Russian Orthodox Church they basically said that if you don't take the vaccine, you're going to be condemned and there will be no forgiveness.
Right. Right.
I mean, I know that's not government, but definitely when it comes to, the cult of Scientocracy, Fauci, I've listened to, I'm kind of new listener, but I've listened to some of what you said. You're 100% on point. They've definitely taken that role. There's a lot of different details. I'm more of a generalist when it comes to
the Russian Orthodox Church thing, though. That's the main point. When they rolled this out, I said, hey, look, it's not about what's in the thing, just like it's not about what's in the communion wafer. What do they make that out of? What matters is it's the schism. It's a political choice, and the people who take it say, hey, I trust establishment media and establishment science. The people that don't make the opposite statement. So it is about the saved versus the unsaved, and I think it's a more or less it's regulating minds. I would call it a religion. I say it's an injectable sacrament.
It's definitely a religion. It is 100% faith-based. I guess a part of why I'm calling is I think that we're all going to reach potentially the most important decision of our lives, in whether or not we decide to take that vaccine, because even just in like what is going to be the repercussions? It's not going away. They're not going to stop pushing it.
Well, personally,
I saw there was an article.
Look, personally, I think this is definitely it's more of a psychological incursion, in my opinion, and the needle is a very powerful thing. Like guns. The way guns frighten the left, like left-wingers, when they see guns, they cringe. When right-wingers see needles, they cringe. And I think these are just psychological props. I don't think there's anything in it other than the schism, but it is an important thing because it says where you stand with relationship to the government as your savior.
Well, right. And it's definitely it's definitely playing out, whether you believe it is the Book of Revelations or not, but it's definitely playing out those tones of Mark of the Beast, and those kind of overtones are definitely being played out. And essentially, like, you can see that it's moving towards a system where if you don't take it, it seems as though it's just a matter of time before you're completely cut off from society. It's just kind of that boiling frog. It's gradual, but it's just implementing one thing at a time.
Well, look, I don't want to be...
That is essentially leading to global communism.
I don't want to be dismissive of the people who are fearful of the vaccine. And one thing that I've noticed from the very beginning is that even though I think it's mostly just a political decision, it's undeniable that it's couched in the symbolism of the mark of the beast. And it has been for a long time. AstraZeneca's logo is 3 intertwined 6s. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, what is this? Is this some deep Psywar tool to frighten the right?
Right.
Or what is it?
Yeah,
is it diabolical?
Even Moderna modification of endogenous RNA. Even if there is nothing in it, just the essence of that. And coming from companies, whether you believe in vaccines or not, it's not about, to me, it's not about, well, I mean, it does matter what's in it, but it's the history of the companies, it's like Johnson & Johnson with the arsenic or asbestos in baby powder, and Pfizer, one of the biggest settlements of fraud. I mean, these aren't necessarily...
Do you believe in viruses? And we'll start with that. Do you believe in viruses?
Well, I can say that I'm not incredibly literate with that. I have studied a lot of the vaccines recently, just to kind of get a gauge. So whether or not I believe that, according to, because it's hard to say, okay, I feel like we are living in this world that is the father of lies.
Do you believe
everything is a lie? So it's kind of hard to decipher, but I believe that from what they say that we have trillions of viruses in our body already.
Okay, this is the thing, because I differ, I believe, from most of the critics of the entire program here, in that I don't believe that there is such a thing. And I do believe people get sick. I do believe there's bad weather.
Yeah.
You know, I don't believe in climate change. I don't believe in pandemics. I think they take existing things
Right.
and they collectivize it. And so I don't think that there are any, but I think that in this modern replacement religion, which doesn't have God, they've replaced the wrath of God with global warming, and they've replaced the sin, the concept of sin that you have to purify and sanitize, with the virus. So what we went through in 2020, the lockdowns, was a jihad. It was a holy war to sanitize the world for scientism. So I don't believe that there is a virus. I do believe that there is an operation here to make us believe that there's a need to save and cleanse mankind, every last one of us. And until we're all saved, the world isn't saved. And so the unvaxxed are the problem. And that's how they're setting up, like you were saying. They're setting this up to increasingly marginalize the unvaxxed because they're the ones preventing the world from being totally purified. Infidels.
Yes, exactly. And to backtrack, I will say this: when it comes to this coronavirus, I don't believe in it at all. There was a couple weeks that went by at the beginning of the pandemic where I was like, okay, I don't know the history of pandemics and virus outbreaks and all that, but I was kind of going along with it. But it only took a couple weeks for me to see through all of it. I mean, I traveled to Florida in the heat of summer when they were at their peak. I mean, that sounds like I'm an irresponsible plague to society by doing such a horrific, sinful thing. I know, but I wasn't concerned.
You're now considered to be a variant factory. If you don't take the purification, you're a variant factory. And this is just like saying you're possessed by devils.
A terrorist.
Well, yeah, you're the new terrorist. It's the new ubiquitous terrorist threat. But moreover, you're basically you're a carrier, super spreader. You're a threat to society, and it's like you're guilty without having been given a chance to prove your innocence. You lose your presumption of innocence. So in a way, this thing has basically labeled everybody as a terrorist until proven otherwise. And after 9/11, to prove you weren't a terrorist, you'd get waterboarded, which involved getting into your head by deeply invading your skull through your nose and your mouth, right, with the water. And with this thing, the way they deeply invade you to find out if you're a terrorist is they stick the swab up into your brain. Like, do you see the parallels here? That's one of the reasons why I think this whole thing is fake. It's got to be fake. It's too templated.
Right. No, I don't have any conviction over this coronavirus. But I do feel that we're reaching that point, like to what lengths are they going to go when it comes to oppression and ostracizing those who do not want the vaccine. I saw today it was an article, I think it was like Army Times. It was a leaked article. I don't know how legit the source is. They're saying that the Army's kind of upset because on September 1st they're going to be mandating vaccines. I don't know. Essentially, like once they're FDA approved or whatever. Whether or not they do or don't, I don't know. But regardless, to what extent are they going to go? Because I do think that we're going towards that new world order when it comes to the monetary system, for one. I think it's just a matter of time before we go to a digital Fed coin or government, blockchain-based digital dollar. And are they going to cut off your social credit system, all this stuff?
Yeah, it's all timed together. Like, what a convenience. Like last year when they're like, the money carries COVID for 28 days. Cash carries COVID. Books carry COVID. And even though this hasn't been proven, now you have like schools where the students still go to the libraries, but they can't check out books. So yeah, there's not a coincidence here. The relationship between the pandemic, the infodemic, and then of course cashless society. This stuff it's all a contrived rollout. My only question is, why do they dress it up like Mark of the Beast? I'm not a religious person. What's your take on this, though? Do you think that there is going to be some kind of demonic infestation?
I feel a real darkness, looming over everything. Now, to sort of jump from that topic into the more, if you look at it as the bigger picture, the spiritual picture, whatever it may be. there's it's like, it does definitely seem like, there's a constant theme. It's like even www dot, when you type in www, everything that you type, when that I think it's Hebrew that translates to 666. Everything is, there's a lot of like the rise of Satanism, the Baphomet, Baal, Moloch. There's this overarching theme of a real darkness. And personally, I don't care what you believe. To me, it's like your actions. I'm not going to stand for blood sacrifice, bringing back the Babylonian, system of blood sacrifice. I'm not going to stand for pedophilia, things of this nature, as long as you don't harm anybody else. And then also enslavement and things of that nature.
Right,
But
I get you. I gotcha. There does seem to be, and this is the part that I find so peculiar, because QAnon is being roundly mocked by the media. It's being attacked. They're being impugned for everything. When you're really just looking at people who truly believe that the world is in the grip of an evil satanic cult, and they're organizing on this principle. And it's like, well, what's so bad about that? Kind of like, what's so bad about truthers? They're treated like pariahs. And so I can,
Right.
it seems like, yeah, there is a culture here that is almost like a derisive of people trying to promote wholesome things and good things, and then it celebrates things that would have been considered blasphemous a few years ago. I mean, I'm not really a church lady or anything, but yeah, I can understand why people might be a little bit perturbed by the little Nas, twerking for the devil. But I mean, that's not all that different from Marilyn Manson, I guess. So it's like this has been going on for some time.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing, because I do think that ultimately, for those that live on for the next however many years, 10, 20 years, that we are going towards that AI. I remember seeing on PBS, it was a documentary called Worldwide Mind, and it was presented as that, a documentary that was, this is not, the PBS started with, this is not science fiction. This is not a matter of if, it's just a matter of time before we all enter essentially the cloud, AI. And I don't want to get too fantastical, but I've read a lot on smart dust, the D-Wave computer, CERN, and open up these portals. That's the part that's it's like, do I really want to share a global mind with like Biden and Trump and Elon and Bill Gates as my overlords,
Right. I understand. There's quite a lot here. I mean, it's impossible to deny the symbolism. It's there in our faces. It really stood out to me with the inauguration, with Lady Gaga and the Dove singing the inauguration dressed like something out of the Hunger Games. So they give us the symbols in the entertainment, and they give it to us in the news right after. So we make these connections subconsciously. But the symbol of the dove is the symbol of Noah. It's the symbol of after the flood. So it's post-reset. And everything since then has been about post-reset. And the World Economic Forum, which has the 666 in its logo, is talking about this global AI initiative they called Gaia, which is an Earth god name. So it's headed in this direction. It has been this whole time. The internet, it's like enter the net and the web. Like, has this been a trap the whole time? It looks like it.
Yeah.
Objectively speaking.
Have you seen some of those old Bill Gates magazine covers? Like, there was the one that called him Master of the Universe, and then there was another one from like 90. It's called Board Watcher magazine. It's got all the symbolism in it. He's got like a black box, Saturn's cube.
What?
Looking over a flat Earth.
Okay.
Oh man,
Let me get into this really quick. Okay, a couple of things here. One, his father, who's probably a Nephilim, worked for a company called Black Cube for some time, and BlackRock Financial plays a huge role in all of this stuff, and everything about them is coded with Saturn 33, the Phoenix, and the Reset years in advance. So all of this is very fascinating. Here's a very insane-looking Bill Gates making a peace sign in front of a globe, Master of the Universe.
Yeah, And the Board Watcher magazine cover was even more ominous. There was, it was 1996. I forget the exact date. The inverted 666 in a way, or maybe it was 99. It's either 99 or 1996. And it might have been 99. I forget.
Found it. Found it. This is great. Boardwatch magazine, May of 1996, and resistance is futile. Here you have it says you will be assimilated. A couple of things here. One that looks like the cube from Hellraiser, for one thing. He's got the single eye symbolism. This is very interesting. It's got the cube with Microsoft, and it's beaming down on the entire United States. Fascinating. Good find.
Yeah, I'm not watching your video right now, so I can't see what you pulled up. But so it's been a while since I've seen that. But yeah, there was all kinds of symbolism in that. And so like, obviously this is planned out. Like, the thing is, for me, when it comes to that kind of symbolism, if it is possible, like, it blows my mind, but if it is possible that consciousness can somehow be assimilated to this AI, in whatever way. I'm not saying that there's a chip in the vaccine. It could be nothing. I don't know. To me, it would take the most alien-like technology anyway. The DARPA technology is what really blows my mind. Whether if that stuff's even, that's the thing for me. Is it possible? Smart dust, is it possible? D-wave computers, is it possible? But yeah, to backtrack just a second. So what we were talking about, when it comes to them knowing all of this so far in advance, like even like 9/11 symbolism for the last 30 years prior to 9/11 in film, and then
I call this the metascript. The best term I can come up with is the metascript, meaning that there is a bigger picture and you can see it, and you can see how it trickles down, but that certain outcomes were predetermined, that they're news bending decades in advance. And 9/11, I can just tell this by the look. In fact, I actually have a map I've done of all of the major psyops and the symbolism going back about 120 years or whatever, 113 years. And I kind of think that, yeah, we could actually point back about a century leading up to the end of the world being 2020, which it was the reset year, the end of the world, and they hit that button. And Bill Gates is a key player here, or at least what he represents. And this is clearly about what is being talked about right now, the AI thing, which is somehow our consciousness merging with the cloud. Is that even possible? The best I can answer on that topic is it's kind of interesting if you look into the unrelated but maybe related topic of magic and all the different stories and accounts of the golem or entities, basically being called into matter, like Frankenstein, for example. In fact, Futurism magazine recently called Elon Musk Muskenstein. And the original story was called Prometheus, but you're essentially looking at a story about taking dead matter and putting something in it that brings it to life, like an android, a cyborg, a zombie. What's the difference after a point? I think they've been leading us to this concept for some time.
Well, yeah, Microsoft even has a patent for AI chatbots, dead AI chatbots, so you can chat with your dead loved one. Have you seen that?
That's disturbing. That's
it's very. They have a patent for it. There's a lot of darkness. So I mean, on a personal level, I'm from New York, and I was in New York, and I had to leave the city. I felt like I was just like, all of a sudden, I knew it wasn't COVID. I wasn't worried about COVID, but I was definitely having some incredible sensations. I felt like I was being attacked on some level. I never looked into the 5G thing, never believed in it. I still don't believe in like that necessarily, but it got me curious because I've went to doctors. They don't know, what's wrong. And I started just to get these, like, I'm not somebody that remembers my dreams, but I don't really pay attention. Usually once in a while I'll remember a dream if it's really powerful, but I was just getting stricken with these visions that were very dark, left and right. And they got me searching on the web. That's how I discovered things, of nature, of smart dust and D-wave technology and all of this. But I didn't even know this was a thing until I started searching, was targeted individuals. I'm not saying I am targeted. I don't know. I don't think that I'm special enough to be, but I have posted a lot of anti-government things on my, throughout my life. And I think with the algorithms of Google and Facebook and Instagram, that they could definitely pick up on that. And there seems to be a lot of targeted individuals. I found out that
they do have ways now of filtering out extremists, people who are likely to spread memes that are considered to be extreme. So a lot of that stuff is just automatic. Right. Like, they're trying to shut the doors on free minds. Like, what they're doing is they're quarantining the internet against the infodemic, which is the info they don't control, monitor, and filter. This channel on YouTube had been shut down more than 100 times. I found ways around it all. We have more listeners than ever. They can't stop us. I'm going to do this for 30 years. I probably would have quit 2 years ago and done something else, but their efforts to censor this just kind of made me realize, well, I'm not going to stop, just out of just sheer spite. But basically, yeah, they do have ways of filtering out ideas and people all the time. But whether you are personally targeted, that's probably highly unlikely, just given the expense of it and the need for a warrant. But I can understand, though, the sense of, well, they put so much dystopia out there. The media itself is nothing but MK Ultra. It's meant to traumatize you.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it would take a little more in-depth conversation about exactly what I was experiencing and how I...
Well, let's get into that. Let's get into that in case somebody here in the chat has experienced something similar, because I've had other people call on this topic of being TIs or targeted individuals or whatever.
Well, the only way, yeah, I mean, but I'm not, I don't necessarily want to, we don't have to go down that path of conversation. I was just bringing it up in relation to some of the things that are more, I don't know. I guess let me just go back to this, the government is God thing. Like, I'm not, and I've read a lot of mythologies, religious studies, but more on a generalist term. And when you mentioned the Nephilim before, and it seemed like, the story of Enki and Enlil and like, these ancient sort of gods is like, maybe they weren't necessarily like really gods like what we think, Was there an advanced civilization? Were we genetically modified back then? Is the government, are those people, I know this sounds crazy, sounds crazy me even saying it, but do they think that they're the Anunnaki or Nephilim? Do they believe that they are? Are they trying to fulfill that role of, basically altering, the human race? And through AI, through artificial intelligence, it seems like there's a great unveiling of things right now. It's just like there's so much information. It definitely is the Tower of Babel in our current state on a metaphorical level. And there's a great unveiling of information. And it's like I saw a preview for the Batman movie, and how it's one of the main parts of the trailer was about blotting out and making your eye blind. And is that the goal of government, is to essentially just unveil all this information and then connect everyone to this artificial intelligence simulation and blot out their, mind's eye? And does the government want to take the government? I don't necessarily think that they want to kill anybody. I think that they want to control minds.
Did you notice the symbol within the new Batman series, Dark Knight Rises and forward, with the burning bat? Have you noticed that symbol?
The burning bat? No.
Yeah, like if you look at the moving poster behind Batman, you'll see the outline of a bat in flames. Or you'll even see just like a burning bat logo. And what they did is they used a bat to make a phoenix. And the symbol of the phoenix is burn down, build back better. That's the formula there. But they used the bat, and this was predictive programming, years in advance, signifying that the catalyst for the reset would be something tying into the bat, and that would be, of course, the COVID. But I think you're right. This whole thing is, I believe, what they're communicating in the movies as well. It's all about the shepherding of the human race, and I think that people are controlled through fear. I think that they control both sides, like they control the patsies, the bombers, that is, and then the police response. And it's very systematic, and it ties into the entertainment, which makes this so fascinating to unveil. And I think you're right about this being a Tower of Babel moment for us all right now. And I think it's about to fall.
Well, obviously it is for me too, because I've been jumping all over the place, but go ahead.
No, I think this is a Tower of Babel type moment where, the entire world is synchronized, one language being the internet. And we're on a mission united to go from Earth to the heavens. And then we have this International Space Station. But it's all, everything is all set up perfectly, I think, for everything to take a fall. And that's kind of where I think we're at. As far as this AI thing, I don't really believe in AI, although I'm open to the concept or notion that maybe that there is some type of, I don't know, maybe they can fake it. You know how you can find all these stories or conspiracy theories about how they're going to have a staged alien invasion. Maybe they could fake
Werner von Braun. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be aliens from Mars. Like maybe they can be aliens from beyond wherever. It could be the COVID, the magical non-existing COVID alien that is. It could be. It could be you're right. It doesn't have to be that kind of alien. Well, this idea of consciousness being uploaded into the cloud and all of that, that's talked about frequently with the same people who talk about going to Mars. I think it's all science fiction, but if they can fake it well enough, they can get people to believe it. Anyway, let me go through some comments here. I think some people had some comments on things you were saying. Okay. Hey, what's your take on outer space? Do you believe in the Apollo 11?
So, no, I definitely believe that was faked. I definitely think that, Kubrick fooled the world. Stanley Kubrick is a mastermind, but maybe somewhat diabolical, but maybe one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. I think we did not. I actually am born and raised in a small town called Wapakoneta, Ohio, that's right next to where Neil Armstrong was born and raised. So I was raised on this cult icon, this hero. And yeah, Neil Armstrong, he inspired me.
Neil Armstrong, interesting.
That was a hard realization.
Well, there's this theory that Neil Armstrong was like a Russian agent, that his real name was Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, who died in a mysterious explosion in '68, and they couldn't find his body. He was so incinerated. But there is an uncanny resemblance. If you look at Neil Armstrong, he looks just like the first man in space. So there is a theory that, yes, Neil Armstrong was a Russian agent. If you look at the pictures, it's hard to dispute that. But okay, now what about the idea of space travel in general? Do you think that's even real? Do you believe in the space station?
Well, so this is kind of new to me. It's something I like. Okay, so like flat Earth and space, right? I've stayed busy a lot of my life. I explored a lot of other subjects, I should say. I was programmed like we all were with the globe Earth model. I didn't even know that all those photographs from NASA were fake up until a few years ago. I just didn't, it was something that it didn't even, I did from a younger age. I remember always asking the questions like, hey, it doesn't make sense to me that we're on this spinning ball going in a circle at 1,000 miles per hour and we're traveling the universe at 65,000, whatever it is, and we're also circling the sun, and why are the stars always in the same place? So I'm kind of new. I would have more questions for you or about this, and I actually have come to feel that it's most likely that we are living on a flat plane. And I don't need all the physics and science to tell me why. I can just, it's like my eyes are open now. I actually feel stupid for ever believing what NASA sold us.
Interesting. Well, I had a debate recently with a major anti-flat earther, globe proponent, we could say, and they have answers for everything. It's such a perfect lie. Like a good lie will match all of your expectations. So you're not really going to be able to say that you have a comparable model or a theory that's even conclusive. But what caused you to arrive at this? Mark Sargent, the Bible? How did you arrive at the flat earth topic? Netflix?
Neither of those. So it actually, so a period of my life, I worked with a lot of plant medicines. Plant medicines is what we call them anyways. Could be called psychedelics, I guess. Probably done 100 ayahuasca ceremonies, multiple San Pedro ceremonies. We did a peyote ceremony in the Bronx. I built a giant teepee that housed 70 people. We ran sweat lodges in Brooklyn. I've been to Peru. I've had bufo toad and sapito. So I was more concerned with, I guess, inner space in a way.
Right.
I was more interested in that realm. And there was a couple of people, and actually there's a lot of those sort of ayahuasca psychedelic experiences are so profound and vivid. And some of those visions that I had years and years ago were actually kind of, I'm seeing them now, that's on a more personal level, I should say, the more mystical level that isn't foundational in this third dimensional reality that we live in. But there was a couple of people that were in those circles that had mentioned and brought up flat earth to me. And my base reaction, I didn't try to argue it, but I kind of like laughed at it in a way. And my perception at the time was like, doesn't matter to me if we live on a triangle or a hexagon or whatever, what matters is this moment, this present moment, but it does matter.
Okay. Cause I've had people, I've spoken to people who've experienced, drugs like DMT, for example, or mushrooms. And they often talk about traveling the solar system. I had a long talk with one podcaster about this where he communicated with Sirius, he flew to Jupiter, and he looked back at the Earth, and it was a ball, just like NASA showed him. So I kind of think it's interesting, how drugs can kind of meet your expectations. But I've never heard of somebody arriving at the flat Earth conclusion from drugs, but it wouldn't surprise me. I think it would be hilarious to look at a flat Earth model while, high on mushrooms.
Oh, yeah, and the person that I know, really a brilliant person, a good friend. She was in Brooklyn, but she was obsessed with she was making these flat earth maps and posting them all around the city. And she just, she was really into it, but I didn't give her the benefit of the doubt. I didn't give her the benefit of the doubt. I was very smug about it, and kind of basically as a prick, and I didn't hear her out. I was kind of had those blinders on when it came to it.
Right.
Because my program, my software program, whatever that was, if we are in the simulation now, whatever was downloaded to me from growing up in our educational system was, America the Great, the globe Earth, all of these things. It was just something that even evolution, like, is that theory? When you do realize
your friend with the flat Earth maps, was she a religious person? Was she a religious, like, flat earther, or what was she?
She was a very spiritual person, I should say. It's kind of like these communities that. So, like, when it comes to, like, the the community of something like ayahuasca, it's not like you're going with your friends to like Wally World and taking some shrooms and going on a roller coaster. It's like you have an all night ceremony. Essentially, you treat it like a sacrament. When it comes to
I've heard of it, but look, here's my thing. My question is, like, a lot of people have done that stuff, like Joe Rogan. How come Joe Rogan is not a flat earther if he did the drugs that show you the truth? Like, it's just not a common thing, and I find it to be very interesting.
So can I'll be, if I'm going to be honest and just like, I can't speak for her, but if I was to, just knowing her, I think that she went down the conspiracy rabbit hole and probably came across flat earth, from going down that rabbit hole. I don't know that it necessarily had anything to do with her psychedelic experience that led her to believe this.
I see. Well, that's all good. I'm just curious. I find it very interesting to see how people arrived at these things. For me, I was actually looking into all of the fake school shootings, and I was analyzing the characters that do the shootings, the patsies, and their symbolism and how they're presented. And so I was just doing this analysis of all the shooters, and I kept finding comments in the chat where people said, don't look into flat earth, it's a distraction. And anytime people tell me not to look into something, the first thing I do is
that's where you're going.
So I looked into it, and but there isn't there are so many problems with the way that it's been promulgated, because the way that it's described in the media isn't accurate. But what would you expect? They have an agenda there. But because from the media's perspective, global warming is settled science, and so if that's your starting point, then you're not going to see anything outside of that box that you're in. All right. Well, anyway, this is I think I think if this is sort of like something really dark, then I don't believe in the climate change. These guys are probably going to jump that ice barrier, and meanwhile they're going to take that Chinese artificial sun and that giant magnet that they have and torch this side and create the Great Lake of Fire. I'm not trying to get dark, but I just feel like they're trying to recreate the Book of Revelations in some way, shape, or form. And they got their seed bank in Antarctica, and I feel like they got their, if they are going down that route, they've thought this far ahead. They're gonna, who knows what. It's hard to figure out. Okay, listen to this one.
What a psychopath's gonna do.
Commenter in the chat says he thinks that there is a climate change agenda, but that it's man-caused, and that it's not caused from our SUVs or your personal consumption of dino juice, but that it's actually the reptoids reducing the nitrogen in the atmosphere to terraform the planet to be more hospitable to their kind. So that's kind of dark. It's also the case that Bill Gates is going to blot out the sun, I think, to cure global warming.
Yeah, it's blotting out the sun, and like they're definitely using climate change. I think there's plenty on this beautiful Earth to go around for everybody. I think there's plenty to go around, and there's so much open space and land, and it's really a way to implement global communism, as far as I'm concerned. Are they doing something like via HARP or whatever kind of weather modification? Again, if the technology that they claim to have is something that they're capable of, are they using that to actually, there's been a lot of things in the news lately. Climate change can now be listed on the death certificate.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. That's crazy. That is insane. Now okay, you said communism, and you're absolutely right, because communism was all about organizing the workers of the world to stop the exploitation of the capitalists and to help the poor. Well, that doesn't work anymore, so they replaced the poor with the environment. And they've been using environmentalism as a cover, and they say, well, the rich nations pollute, but the poor nations suffer from climate change the most. So they've already been using class warfare, but using environmentalism as a cover for class warfare, rather. So it's not surprising now that you can say your cause of death was climate change, which means that the people who die on the other side of the world from a tsunami died because of you and your decisions and choices as a consumer.
You got to stop driving your car, hand over your keys. You got to stop consuming. You got to turn your smart meter on so that you only have so much electricity and you're only allowed a few gallons of water per day. You're doing this for the earth. And like, look, I'm somebody that would be all about. I think that the problem with Earth is just probably pollution. That's where we're most, pollution in the oceans, and But it's they're twisting people's hearts who really do have a love for this planet in Mother Nature.
Yes.
And they're exploiting that love into this. You have to make a sacrifice. You're a sinner, and on that level too, there's many realms where they're playing God, and who is saved and who's not.
You nailed it here.
To be saved,
look, every time you recycle, you're actually doing it. This is a retake. It's basically a new iteration of confession, because you're taking your consumer decisions for the week, you're separating the bad from the good, the sinful from the righteous, and then the righteous ones are the ones that get recycled. So you get a little bit of a reward for making a sacrifice, and this is all what it's about.
Right.
You're making these decisions that
you can now recycle your body into the earth, something of which you can turn yourself into a plant or a tree now, or a fungus. I don't know. There's a lot of things recently though too. Like they're talking about that collapse in Miami. The building that collapsed is possibly being due to climate change. A lot of the wildfires.
Oh wait, they did.
Probably.
They said the condo was caused by climate change, and I'm like, wait a minute. You have climate change, which is a global phenomenon, but it targeted one condo. I'm sorry, but that just doesn't make any sense at all. But that gets a pass.
So is there going to be a lot more of these, and then these fires in the ocean, which I'm like, I don't know if it's a busted oil pipeline, if that's actually what that is or not. Very bizarre. But there was also one in Africa, I believe, too. And is this going to be another terrorism plot? Like how many are they actually, like, I'm not trying to go off the deep end with the conspiracy that the government's doing, but are they? You know what I mean? Are they going to blame natural things or a building collapses or whatever it may be?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
We're going to be flooded with it.
They'll find reasons. They'll say space junk hit the building. There's been mud volcanoes. There've been and one point here on the recycling thing, because you nailed it with this being a replacement for a religion. They're worshiping the earth. Look at the dumpster, or rather the recycling bin next time, the green one. Green god Osiris, god of the earth, god of death and resurrection. And you look at the symbol with the 3 arrows making a cycle. Well, that's the god of death and resurrection, death and rebirth. So you have 3 nails, and if you look at the symbol, the negative space actually creates a 6-pointed star, which is also the symbol of Saturn, or the earth god. So 3 nails also relates to what? The crucifixion, another symbol of the dying and the crucified, resurrecting earth god. This is or sun god. It's a reoccurring theme, but yeah, they put all the ancient iconography, and then of course the dumpster itself is a cube, which unfolds into a cross. So everything that we do plugs us into, I believe, this archaic religion, and nobody sees it for what it actually is, except for, I think, a handful of us.
Right. But the highly concerning thing is, whatever their beliefs may be, though, is when they put out their agendas with like the mega zones and the Great Reset for 2030, and you will own nothing and eat bugs and be happy. And it's just like, and not to mention just the history of lies. That, the first thing that woke me up was, the CIA traffics drugs. I learned that in a sociology course in college. But like all of these, just like this history of like twisting minds and playing on heartstrings. And it's just like, I understand that, there's an evil that resides within us all. Maybe if I was all powerful and I was like a Rothschild or a Warburg or a Rockefeller, maybe I would be a total dick too. I don't know. But I would like to think that I would have a little compassion and not, there's so much to go around. Like we could actually make this the Garden of Eden, like we don't have to distort. We don't have to like flood everything in Hollywood with just like over the top, like death and destruction and just like action, and just like.
Yeah, that's a good point there. What is with that? I can't watch.
I love sex as much as anybody, but I don't need to be flooded with everything is a sex symbol. You know what I mean? Everything is to deter you. You know, it's the bread and circus. You know,
Can you
sports,
still
and I love sport.
can you still watch movies like you used to? Do you still find movies enjoyable, or are you just disgusted or rather
No,
overwhelmed by the other messages?
well, I just see. So yeah, I see now. I see it there. I see, like, you know, the occult symbolism throughout. I see the programming that's going on. So if I watch film now, I always watch film and TV from, you know, having taken semiotics courses in college as well. It's the first thing that, you know, I had to do a study on the first episode of Family Guy ever, which was a pretty cool research paper. But I had to, like, break down the psychology of that and what they're saying. And I realized that just how the mind works. They say that our conscious mind only incorporates and consciously realizes perhaps 1 to 5% of all stimuli coming in at any given moment. It's why you could be driving down the highway and not even know that you crossed a McDonald's sign, and all of a sudden you're hungry for a burger of some sort. I don't know.
Yes,
but
let me run this by you then,
they definitely know how the mind works.
We brought up Kubrick, and I think that Kubrick's movie Eyes Wide Shut tells the whole story in the title, that our subconscious mind has its eyes wide shut. It doesn't have its mouth. You know, it's basically, it doesn't speak. It just takes in. And when we put on the masks last year and they ramped up the censorship agenda along with the masking of our mouths, I believe that was about making us eyes wide shut, like, where now we're not talking to each other. We're just receiving all of the stimuli. And I think that's the basis of MK Ultra.
Right.
Keeping us under mind control is by constantly programming us through our subconscious, like you said. So you may not know that you may not consciously process that McDonald's sign, but now you're hungry. Well, it's the same thing here.
Right.
You may not know that you have already been drilled on how to respond to this terror attack that hits New York because you've been drilled for it your whole life, subconsciously. And I think they've done this for our entire lives. And I happen to think that what comes next over the next few years will be not a surprise to our subconscious.
Right. Well, it's like I actually turn on I haven't watched anything in a long time. I've never actually bought a television my entire life. I've never owned a television. I've lived in houses with them, but I've never owned one. I have streamed Netflix on my computer and stuff, but it's been a long time since I've watched anything. But somebody referred to me to this Netflix show. What was it called? It's one of their most popular shows. I love their shows, by the way. It's like Lucifer. I can't think of it at the moment. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
I've seen. Look,
anyway, though, in the show, it's sort of like a post-apocalyptic thing. There's a virus that wipes everybody out, and it starts off with the one of the first scenes is they're saying that, you know, there's a giant fire that, you know, some people are still alive in the fire, and I don't know. I feel like there's predictive programming going on with that. But,
oh, sure. I mean, look, Netflix.
All the virus stuff that came out.
Netflix is a scrying mirror. If you want to know what the future is, watch Netflix from the year prior. I watched everything on Netflix 2018, 2019, just to know, you know, to read into it, to see what they're communicating to the masses, to prepare what they prepared us for.
Did you know? Oh, absolutely. Did you know that I think it's, I don't know the exact relationship, but the owners of Netflix are like the nephews or grandchildren or something. It's not nephews, but, you know, something, you know, blood related, specifically in the lineage of Sigmund Freud and Edward Bernays, the father of propaganda.
Wait a minute. Let me see this. It says, I've got to find out about this. If this is true, because I actually have a clip here, a screen cap from something Edward Bernays wrote. I heard this before. I'm looking into the connections, because if there's any connections with Edward Bernays, that family.
Yeah. This is something that I saw like a couple years ago, so I don't remember the exact name. I don't know if there's multiple owners of Netflix, but I think it's like the main one. Yeah. I don't remember the names, but they are related. Look, either whether
a paternal great uncle of Mark Bernays Randolph was Edward Bernays. And we're talking about the first CEO of Netflix. So yes, the first CEO of Netflix was the great nephew of Edward Bernays. That's incredible. And that's, of course, the guy who gave us Propaganda and the Public Mind, which
they're the masters of it. They're the master. He is just like he basically was. He knew they knew way back then exactly how they can steer the mass consciousness and even cultural movements such as Black Lives Matter or whatever, or the transgender movement or whatever it may be. And they can do that at a whim.
Oh, it's just called propaganda.
Like maybe a few years of indoctrination,
Yeah, the public mind in the making. And you're right. This was the individual who basically engineered women smoking cigarettes, associating that with liberation. I think they made breakfast bacon a thing through the use of
they did bacon and eggs.
Calculated actions.
He took it was like the St. Patrick's Day parade. He took five women at the time that were very high class. I don't know if they were actresses or popular or famous at the time, but they were very well dressed, very, considered beautiful and sexy at the time, and took them in the middle of St. Patrick's Day parade. I believe it was St. Patrick's Day parade, maybe in New York. And he also set up the press at the time, and he had them all light up cigarettes at the same time. And boom, just like that, it's like sold.
Well, here's a quote. Propaganda is the executive arm of the invisible government. And then his great uncle starts Netflix. And look, right before COVID broke out, Netflix had a 5-part series called Pandemic, where they made heroes out of the frontline nurses, and they told us about PPE and everything else. So, yeah, Netflix to me is just an extension of the news media, and it's what softens us up for whatever's going to be in the news.
Oh, they're Netflix and Hollywood in general, as well as the mainstream media. They're the orators. They're the priests of our day. They deliver the sermon in one form or another, in many forms.
Well, look, I look at this too. You said you haven't purchased a television, but the symbol of the TV, I think that's the monolith. Like, I take the word monolith to mean monolithic. So let's say you have an entire society based around one book, like a Bible. That would be the monolith. Well, I think the new monolithic viewpoint giver is the screen, after they've, of course, put their filters in place. And it was the television screen. Now it's just the Netflix screen. But that's the device that gives the accepted world view. And everybody's getting on the same screen. And the more they censor, and they're ramping it up, the more they censor, the more what we all have on our phones is going to put us all on the same sheet. We're all going to experience the same simulation. I mean, it's a trap.
Yeah, it's just book burning reinvented. It's no different than just burning books, and rewriting history as well.
Oh, yes.
To the victor goes the spoils.
Just like 1984, Ministry of Truth. Only now, and this is what's fascinating, is that at NATO, they were out there worshiping this big digital monolith. And I'm like, that's the perfect symbol for the one world religion's Bible, which is the mass media, because they can always manipulate it. They can always change it, and they don't have to physically burn books, which is bad for the environment. They could just digitally do it, and they have been for years now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, especially if they do end up trying to implement this social credit score, coming from New York, I'm not in New York now, but I know that Andrew Yang was a big proponent of that. He's running for mayor. If they do implement something like the social credit score, well, one, I'm fucked. Excuse my language. I'm totally screwed. But that's going to put everyone in compliance. If they cut off your funds in some way or shape or form, or cut off your travel, or cut off your, because you made fun of Mark Zuckerberg. Speaking of symbols, him sort of skyboarding across, sky surfing, or just surfing across the 4th of July weekend. Did you see that video?
He was using a hydrofoil, and when I first saw it, I thought, man, that looks like Zuckerberg. The last time I saw him, but no, he's using a hydrofoil with an American flag. He's catching a lot of hate because I guess it's because he's a tool of the Chinese government, people think. But it looks fake, but I think it's real. What's your take on it?
I don't know. To me, the symbol, I don't know. I think that there's a huge, the transhumanism agenda, the technocrats. To me, this is just what intuitively popped in my mind symbolically, was that this is sort of the, Zuckerberg's a face of this sort of transhumanist agenda, or the technocrat agenda, and the big tech takeover, and him and Elon Musk. And to me, it symbolized like he's just like in a way, he's holding America in his hand, Well, he's
look,
holding that symbol of the flag. It was very symbolic.
This is another example.
It
You're
could have
right.
just been a Patriot episode.
This is another example, though, of a character like Elon Musk, too, who was created, I think, in fiction first. And they give him, they basically prepare us for these characters. And I don't think it's a coincidence that people often liken Mark Zuckerberg to a cyborg. And at times I wonder if he's a sinister guy. Did you hear about his goat killings, where he names his goats after things he doesn't like Bitcoin? I don't know.
No, I did not hear that.
Yeah, Zuckerberg had a goat that he named Bitcoin, and he said at any time he can kill Bitcoin. That was something he supposedly said. And yes, Mark Zuckerberg named his goat Bitcoin, and he did this as a way of, I guess.
Well, I mean, if Elon Musk can really crush Bitcoin, not kill it with just a couple of tweets, then who knows what kind of... I don't like to give these people too much power, but I think that I have to give them respect because they do have a lot of power. And it almost seems like they're above the government,
He looks like Data. And I don't, from Star Trek, and that's not a coincidence because
Exactly.
What does Zuckerberg have? He has all of your data.
Oh, he's got everything. They got everything. So, I don't know. Yeah, and apparently they've been running this simulation. I would have to find that information and probably post it on the forum or something, because off the top of my head I can't give it. But they say that they're running this simulation with everyone's recreating these sort of avatars already. That they sort of biohack. They have 7 billion minds connected to this simulation. Probably a bunch of BS, But I'm torn because I do read when it comes to that and the technocrats and everything. It's like the to me it's like, again, it's a faith-based thing, and for me it's like this kind of DARPA technology. Like, I'm watching actual conferences with people that work for DARPA or that work for the Pentagon and saying that they do have this kind of technology. Are they lying, or is it true? I guess that's a person, I don't know. I couldn't have conceived of the internet, back in the early 90s, or FaceTiming across the country at the time. I didn't think that would ever be possible. Some of this technology, just the DARPA, and speaking of like films and propaganda, all those films, the CIA does collaborate a lot with Hollywood. So a lot of these films like Minority Report and The Matrix, and it's all based, a lot of it's based off of DARPA technology.
Well, there's certainly a hand guiding all of the popular films, and that's why we see such consistent symbolism across the board. And there's something that one of the shapers of the modern mind would be Arthur C. Clarke, and it is said that he put things in his books about Saturn's moons, that NASA didn't find out till years later, which makes me question all that stuff. But he's the one who said, in one of his laws, he said that any sufficiently developed technology will be indistinguishable from magic. And I think media is at that point now. And so it may look like AI, it may look like they're synchronizing minds with some type of vast and intelligent living system that's taken over. But, I have to question everything. What can they actually do versus what they want to convince us of? But then again, like as we talked at the very beginning of this conversation, when you look at like the vaccine stuff, it's hard to deny that everything is covered with Mark of the Beast symbolism, and there's all kinds of
right. Like why even put that in there? Like why even, if you really want to help people and heal people, and if going from their narrative that this virus is real, why wouldn't you be incredibly convincing and put nothing that, it's like, I don't know that it's actually in there, but there was, the thing going around with like luciferase, which is something that they use. I'm not saying it's in the vaccine, I don't know, but Lucifer erase your light, and that's something that the Pentagon, it's one of those Pentagon videos that I watched where they figured out through vaccines that they can actually essentially target a certain part of the brain that can erase your connection to feeling a connection to God or love, or
now that
basically turn you into a robot. I'm not saying that stuff's true. I don't know that it is. I don't.
That particular clip,
if it is,
that particular clip may actually be from a movie or something. I kind of dug into that.
Oh, really?
But
was it really? Okay.
But I mean, look, listen to this, because you mentioned technocrats. So just today, AmericanThinker.com put out this piece called "Technocrats Want Us to Pray to Machines," and it's a fascinating story here because it's talking about basically these prayer platforms, basically. So you could, and this is right out of THX 1138, where and even NBC. The website NBC, they have a part on their website where you can confess your climate sins. So you can say, oh, I didn't recycle this week. You can report it. But yeah, I do believe that there is an effort here to completely reinvent religion and mysticism and put it all in a modern context. Like even the Mandela effect. I don't think that's real, but I think they want us to believe that D-wave computing can somehow affect reality that way. I think that there's this, again, it's a worldview that's being put throughout the entire world, and COVID really helped kick it off because that's the new version of sin. But I think that there's a great interest in having us all believe that they got some kind of mysterious God, that backs their actions. So they may be reinventing God. I'm just saying when they do, it's probably fake.
Yeah. Well, I just hope that they never have that kind of technology, because that's my biggest concern. Not that I'm concerned about it being in the vaccine per se. Even if the vaccine is, it could be just a sugar pill, and it could be like a standard vaccine that they typically use.
Yeah, I don't have. Look, I don't
feel a need for it.
I don't have any fear of it. I have to say this really quick because for some time I have been trying to make this point that last year most of the people who believe the mainstream, or all of the people who believe the mainstream, were terrified of the virus, and they wore the masks. They wore ridiculous levels of PPE, and they were laughable. The people who didn't believe in it laughed at them. Well, now here we are, full circle, and now the virus is gone. But now the vaxophobes are like, oh no, the fork is going to stick to me because they're magnetic, or they're shaking on Instagram. So I kind of think that there is nothing to fear about the thing. I think it's purely political. I hate to keep repeating that. However, the only point that I think is worth raising here is that despite all of that, there is apparently some kind of effort to couch everything with Mark of the Beast and ominous symbolism. Not quite sure what to make of it all, but I haven't seen anything.
I think they want to. I think it's really a war on the free thinkers. I think in a way they kind of want to sort out who is easily brainwashed, who will just put on the mask without question, who will think for themselves. I think the biggest threat to the establishment, or whatever you would call them, are people that think for themselves and see through the bullshit and see through the lies, or at least question it,
Well, they've already isolated those demographics. I think this is one of the reasons why they have so many clickbait stories out there, clickbait conspiracy theories, ways that you could just get into a discussion. Like you could have an innocent conversation about the QAnon topic, even as a skeptic, and you'll face censorship.
Right.
So yeah, there is this book burning, shrinking of the universe of ideas that's going on all around us. And that's one of the reasons why I keep this channel up. I don't believe everything or endorse everything that I hear or discuss on this channel, but I feel like, we're keeping the light of civilization alive because at least we're not supporting the idea that we should burn ideas that we disagree with.
Right. And that's the big thing about freedom of speech. But let me ask you this. What is your take? Because I noticed this ever since WikiLeaks, right? And all this data dumpage. And it's coming like Project Veritas, And I think a lot of this data dumpage, initially, even the QAnon thing, there's, maybe it's considered a conspiracy. I think, the Q thing is, I think I saw that it was maybe, it's an old Bolshevik sort of tactic
Yes.
I don't believe in the whole QAnon conspiracy.
It's a fake
But
anti-communist thing that they repackaged. It's Operation Trust,
Right.
where they said, how do we find all the enemies of the Communist Party? So they created this very intriguing conspiracy theory that it's an alternate reality game, and it worked. Because if you notice, last year,
Right.
all of the people who were sympathetic to Trump or believed in this deep state thing, they signed on to Parler. And then Parler was hacked. Well, to get into Parler, you did have to give up your driver's license. You had to give up a lot of personal information. So that was a big trap, I think, and now they know everybody's thoughts.
Oh, I think when it comes to the whole thing, I think, to me, my this has always been my political standpoint, that presidents are kind of puppets in a way, and they're just actors on the big stage. I think it was Marina Abramovich who called Trump the great magician. These people that come from the occult or whatever, they look at him as the great magician. And to me, I was like, well, that makes perfect sense, because you take somebody and you make him look so silly and stupid in the public eye. Like, whether you're for Trump or not, you got to admit that there's things that Trump does that I'm just like, God, what a douchebag. Or he just sounds so, like, even if it's the drink bleach thing or what, his silly tweets or whatever. And they just, people didn't like his ego. They don't even know his politics. So he becomes they make him out to be such a buffoon that guy could come out and speak the total truth. And everyone that is essentially against Trump on the liberal side, and he will automatically dismiss him, whether it's hydroxychloroquine. I don't know if that really works or not, or whether it's masks don't work, or whether going against Fauci.
On the Trump thing, Trump derangement syndrome, Trump, like many of the other characters we discussed tonight, he is a world stager. That is, his storyline, I think, was already planted in our minds. It is not a coincidence. Actually, it's an open thing. He admitted it. The creator of Back to the Future, which had its 36th anniversary a couple days ago, the creator of Back to the Future based Biff Tannen the Bully off of Donald Trump. So we were trained already to have Trump derangement syndrome when we met the guy on the world stage. And so I think these are programmed responses. And Marina Abramovich, she called him a magician. And the word MAGA is interesting. That's actually the rank, the 5th degree Satanist in the Temple of Set is the MAGA. Because, MAGA it's also the feminine form of Magus. So that's kind of an interesting.
Really? I didn't know that. Well, I have heard it. Yeah, I did know about Magus, but I didn't know about that MAGA being. I know that Trump's. Well, these are the big things for me. Like, I don't know. Trump is like defunding the World Health Organization while he was funding Bill Gates organizations on the side. But then also, like, he was in business deals with like Rothschild's members, and then also his mentor, I forget his name. His mentor was a big mafia guy that was indicted for like pedophilia. I don't know if he's indicted, but he's got a lot of history with Epstein as well. I don't know how deep that rabbit hole goes, but I definitely think that regardless of where that rabbit hole goes, that Trump definitely. I mean, I've heard that he's like Scottish Rite Freemason, I've seen him, with like all of those presidents do the Zionist thing and put on their,
Well, let me run this one by you.
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't trust that guy one bit.
Okay, so like biblically speaking, you got the Whore of Babylon, where she's got Babylon the Great on her forehead, and of course she's got the scarlet. Okay, so Trump comes out with a scarlet hat that says "Make America Great Again." America, Babylon. So you got Babylon the Great on a scarlet hat, and it says MAGA, which again is a feminine form of Magus, which would be an accurate description for the Whore of Babylon, I think, who was also,
yeah.
So
which Kamala Harris came out in all purple for the inauguration. A lot of people were linking her to symbolically representing the Whore of Babylon.
That whole thing was intense. It's just absurd theater on one hand. On the other hand, what are they communicating? And
Right.
The phrase "the Dark Winter" was thrown about quite a lot. The Hunger Games symbolism, and none of this is accidental. None of this, and of course, the
Oh,
whole
none of it. Yeah.
entirely
There's
unbelievable.
too many. There's way too many. There's way too many. There's too much. Like, it's overload of it. It'd be like one thing if you picked out one symbol here or there. It's just there's an overload of like why why put all this
Well, Kamala
very Luciferian.
Kamala was wearing Lisa Simpson's presidential outfit, but the thing I mentioned about Lady Gaga with the dove, that's all post reset symbolism. And then they were talking about Dark Winter, which alludes to more predictive programming, Tom Clancy, and Dark Winter had to do with basically what I think blackouts from EMP and the chaos that ensues, nuclear winter. And of course, Tom Clancy also predicted 9/11 10 years prior with Some of All Fears. So there's a lot of predictive programming that you can just see that blatantly ties into the news of the day.
Things are intentionally, it's everywhere. You can ask Alexa, if you have Alexa, is the New World Order true? I think that's the question you asked. This is something that was done a year ago, and I tested it, and it did come out. And Alexa will respond, yes, the cartoons are true. The New World Order will commence. And it's like, why program Alexa with that? You know what I mean? Why? And that's just, it's just all these, like you mentioned these, all this symbolism, and it's very dark. And so it's kind of like, what is the agenda? Like what are they? It seems like we are, but they're trying to recreate this Book of Revelations thing or something. I don't know.
Go ahead. They are. The question is, okay, for example, take the QAnon story, where the Great Awakening is Revelations. It's the unsealing of the indictments that reveal the damned from the righteous and the judgment, and then the golden age after, this period of peace after. They're doing it intentionally. The question is, are we really looking at Revelations, or are they cynically manipulating the masses using programming, whether it's from religion or from movies? And I'm leaning more towards this all being just high-tech propaganda that looks like Revelations, but it's more or less
putting people in a state of fear to be able to control them and manipulate and control their mind much more easily, maybe. I don't.
Fear, well, all emotions, I guess. They can pull people through different means, ways of motivating them, but I do think that programming's the key. And the eyes wide shut thing I alluded to, how our subconscious takes in all this information. I mean, it's pretty staggering if you look at someone like Stanley Kubrick and you look at the symbolism in just his movies and how they point to not just Apollo 11, but 9/11 and even the Corona thing. And you can find in his 1968 movie, Space Odyssey 2001, references through symbolism to George Floyd and the fake pandemic lockdown. So that's how far in advance they're shaping our perspectives on the news that we're going to experience when we grow up.
That's almost mind-boggling, though, that they've, you know what I mean? I will give them credit for this, to have the discipline and patience and fortitude and foresight to carry out such a scheme plan,
Well, let me, yes, exactly.
It's pretty intense. That George Floyd thing was definitely a Masonic ritual, but go ahead.
Yes, it was. And that's where this thing gets so intricate, because everything with Stanley Kubrick that relates to 9/11 even relates to architecture. Like, for example, the Millennium Hotel, the Millennium Hilton, which is designed to resemble a monolith, was built there at Ground Zero, and it witnessed the Ground Zero destruction. And this was foreshadowed in his film. And this is just a reoccurring thing where, like, even in The Shining, there's a scene where the two twins are standing by a Bell telephone tower while the kid Danny's throwing darts. Well, that matches the alignment of the Twin Towers and the Bell telephone tower. So they got a phone booth that represents the tower. They represent the Twin Towers. Things like this, that one would be a coincidence. Two, I guess, two coincidences.
Oh, yeah.
But there's about eight of them.
There was a documentary. I saw this a long time ago, and I definitely know what you're referring to. It's just not fresh on my mind, but I think it was called Kubrick's Odyssey. Have you seen that documentary?
I haven't, but I've been looking through a lot of these types of articles because
so that's a really good, that one specifically goes through the references, and it goes through even in The Shining, and in, you know, of course, you know, the Eyes Wide Shut and Space Odyssey. Yeah, his like the Kubrick's Odyssey, I think is what it's called. It's like an hour long, but it definitely goes through a lot of the symbolism of 9/11 and all of that.
So exactly
what you're saying.
So then, I mean, so what you're saying, what we're seeing here then is, let's say you grew up you watched The Shining or whatever. Inexplicable movie, makes very little sense. It's traumatic and shocking and crazy. Well, then later, you see 9/11 happen. Well, all of these connections between the emotions you experience in that movie, which I would contend is the MK Ultra, mind control ultra, where they're using trauma to program you
for the masses.
And I think that set of emotions and feelings would be transferred. You would feel something identical. Like, I think what they're doing is they're setting your expectations so you respond in a very specific way. And so the image of the plane hitting the tower would therefore be recalling images of the emergence of this space age. And you can find in the iconography clues where Kubrick has the spacecraft going into the space station that they have with these twin cylinders, and it looks almost identical to the setup of Flight 175 speeding into the South Tower. And this is one of many examples of where you could only call this predictive programming. Dr. Strangelove had predictive programming for the treetop level flight of Flight 77 hitting the Pentagon.
Wow, I didn't know that. I'll have to go back and, I don't know if I remember that from the movie, but yeah, from the documentary. That's interesting. Well, in Back to the Future was definitely a huge one, because I definitely had to go back. There's a little like 15-minute sort of YouTube video or BitChute video, wherever you find it, on the symbolism of 9/11. It's woven throughout that entire film. And it's really everywhere, like the you know, the cartoons, and it's definitely been a planned out thing for a long time.
Yeah, and check this out.
There's just too many of them to.
So Kubrick had a film called AI, which was completed by Spielberg, but this is kind of all very interesting, this AI thing, because the numerology there is 19. A is 1, I is 9. So you got September 11th, which of course, 19 hijackers. 19 years later, COVID-19. And now the big agenda is AI, which is another 19. So there's a pattern here of resets being precipitated by something with that code attached to it. And I remember reading about the PNAC group talking about needing another Pearl Harbor as a catalyzing event right before 9/11. Well, it turns out Pearl Harbor was actually called Operation AI. So, reoccurring theme decades back, and I'm saying that this AI thing that you brought up originally is part of whatever the next big agenda is.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm wondering, though, if maybe they do have that kind of capability, and at some point they do want to connect people to the hive mind. Or perhaps they're just, you know, I don't know, you know, is there, you know, that's what, not that I'm concerned necessarily that kind of, you know, technology is in the vaccine. I think if they have that kind of technology, then they probably wouldn't even need to administer it via vaccine. But, you know, that's probably one of the most frightening things, you know, it's like the zombie mushrooms in nature, that sort of the way that they, you know, the way that they consume their prey is these mushrooms. I forget the name of the mushroom, but it some insect, like, I don't know whether it would be like a spider per se, would walk over this mushroom. The mushroom would sort of trap it. This mushroom in nature sort of sticks to the mushroom. Somehow the mushroom overtakes its neural circuitry and moves it along. The mushroom moves the spider to where it needs to be to thrive in a better environment. these sort of like zombie mushrooms, that kind of like, invasion of the body snatchers.
Invasion of the body
more,
snatchers. Okay, I'm actually glad you brought that one up, because that's the other side of alien invasions. You got the high-tech craft coming from somewhere else, and then you have the internal invaders. In fact, when Putin revealed that they had a vaccine, they called it Sputnik 5 back in August of 2020. That exact day, there was a movie that came out, and the movie was called Sputnik. And it was about how the cosmonauts are coming back with a virus. And the virus was actually an alien parasite. And it takes them over, and they become basically predators. They have to feed off other humans, and they feed off their fear. But anyway, it's a movie that came out last year called Sputnik. And it had to do with this idea of these viruses that take over your body as a brain parasite. And just a few days ago, Elon Musk suggested something that kind of like toxoplasmosis, that there is some type of a brain parasite that might be leading us to create a superhuman AI. That's Musk talking, not me. I mean, that's his thinking. And I'm like, I don't know why they put these ideas out there, but it's out there, as you've noticed.
Yeah, well, definitely, yeah. Musk, even with the RNA technology, he said that, with the right DNA sequencing, we can essentially transform you into anything that we want. We can turn you into a freaking butterfly if we wanted to. So it's just like, it's very creepy things for them to talk about, and then I'm sure everyone knows about him referencing, AI is to summoning the demons and the devils. And it's the same thing with the D-Wave computer, which I think a lot of people are not aware of the D-Wave computer, this quantum computer, and how it's referred to as summoning the Lovecraftian old ones, summoning these, and then like also just CERN, like doing these very expensive sort of occult rituals, at least with their opening ceremony.
Okay, CERN does
the claims
happen
about opening gateways.
They do have their 666 logo. That's right up in your face. Now there is something to this though, because Elon Musk did say we're summoning the demon with AI. He did say that, but and it's easy to just say, okay, this is all just hype, or they're just playing on superstition or something. But it is worth noting that SpaceX, if you go back in NASA and the space agencies, you trace them back, you do end up with JPL. You end up with Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, Marjorie Cameron summoning the demon, doing the Babylon workings. Yeah. And she was actually the first person to report a UFO sighting. So it's probably not a coincidence that she's involved in sex magic, demonic evocations, and then she's the first one to report seeing lights from the sky. But no, that's the genesis of the space program. There is occultism, demonic summoning, and magic there. You can't really deny it.
Right. Well, yeah, and there's that famous quote that millionaires don't practice astrology, billionaires do. So it's like these, just like it's really mind blowing to think though that the on this level that they're all involved in some way, not all, but there's definitely a certain amount of people that are very powerful that are involved in some very dark sort of occult black magic. I'm like, do all the magic you want. I don't care. You know what I mean? But when it comes to why the overload of like the Baphomet and this very satanic, speaking of Putin, like they just named their new bomb they claim to have, whether the, whatever, one of their most powerful bombs that they have. I don't know if it's nuclear, just a regular bomb, whatever, but it's called the Satan II.
Oh yes, I saw that, the Satan II. I remember that. Another example of this symbolism in plain sight. And I mentioned here about how Elon Musk was postulating that toxoplasmosis infects rats, then cats, then humans, who create AI, which takes over. Someone in the chat points out that in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's the mice who actually rule the world, because in that movie the mice are actually studying us, the lab rats. They're pan-dimensional, hyper-intelligent beings. So that's an interesting little tie-in there.
Really? Wow. It's like the black goo symbolism through. You've heard of that, the black goo symbolism throughout all these films?
Yes.
It's sort of like, it's like the Terminator film, you know, the self-assimilating AI sort of, you know, it just, yeah, it's pretty wild to think about and talk about. And I'm somebody that's always enjoyed, like, I'm somebody that's always been a seeker of, you know, the mysterious. In a way, I'm sort of a mystic, you know, like I want to know on a future scenario when I have time, because I'll probably end this here before too long. Thank you for all letting me talk this much, but I would like to ask you a lot of questions about flat Earth and about your thoughts on that. We don't have to do that tonight.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm somebody that's very interested in all these sort of esoteric, you know, knowledge and you know, it's about putting down together the puzzle pieces of your own life and your own relationship and what is this world and who are we and 100%. How did we get here? And
that's what I like to do here. I think we should get as much information as we can on any topic, because it seems like the MO of the powers that be is to burn all the books they disagree with. And I'm like, well, no, wrong information is self-canceling, but it has to be brought to the light. So
it's inevitable. We're going to reach a time. I like, this is something that I feel that there'll be people that will like via neural link or whatever connect their selves to the web, and they essentially want humans to hate themselves so much that instead of, like, you know, currently we're going through a big transgender movement, in which, you know, telling people that 8-year-olds have the ability to change their own gender and take these hormones is absolutely insane and ludicrous to me. But there'll come a time where there'll be like, I want to turn into a robot, and there'll be a big movement about being human is evil.
That's the bigger one. That's the
I want the neural link is I want to hook myself and reduce my carbon footprint. And
no, I think you're on something here.
You know, they want
the self-hate is programmed. When they tell you the world's overpopulated, it means, oh, there's too much. And if you say there's too many people, well, you're one of them. And I do think they inculcate us with self-hate. The concept of original sin has been replaced with the concept of the carbon footprint. And they can do the numbers on it. They can say, well, you lived this long. It took this many diapers, this much food, this much water to keep you alive this long. This was your environmental impact. So that's what you owe Globe, a.k.a. God. And you can pay God back in installments by recycling and going green and avoiding burning any of the dino juice. So it's 100% misanthropic. It makes you hate man because man breathes. I mean, how much more hateful of man could you be than saying, we got to cover up your faces and separate you 6 feet and can't let you gather in churches or socialize?
You know, it's like I laugh at it and everything, but in a sense, like when it comes to like the kids and like what they're raised in, that kind of breaks my heart. You know, these children that are raised just from, you know, that are actually, you know, indoctrinated into this new system. Maybe it's an old system, but whatever. It's very in front, and like having to go to school with like plexiglass and wearing masks and putting on all this hand sanitizer and just like socially distancing, and it's alienating. It's a dehumanization. You know, it goes back to the demoralization. And who is that famous spokesperson who
Yuri Bezmenov.
Yes, thank you. I knew you. Yeah. So, you know, he that's exactly what we're going through. But it's like, man, the kids, what they're psychologically going through right now. You know, it's like, it's.
To me, look, it's a religion. It's a new religion. It's a new religion.
Horrific.
Combine the worst elements of all the major religions, and then add on to that Scientocracy or scientism on top of it. And, you know, like you mentioned, hand sanitizer. That's just holy water of the day. The religious garment of the mask. So, I mean, is religion all that damaging to people? Well, it teaches them to hate themselves and hate other people. It creates a schism. It's very divisive, and it costs in so many different ways. But is it any different from the other religions? And I'm like, no, this is just the new religion. It's universal.
No, it's just reinventing it. They actually did something recently where they took a computer. They said it was artificial intelligence, and they had it basically regurgitate a new religious verse that basically, so this computer, and you could probably look this up, like AI, I don't know how you would enter that into like DuckDuckGo or whatever you use, but like essentially it took like all the world religions, the major ones, you know, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, all this, and it had it spit out a couple of new passages and doctrines.
Oh,
and some of them were rather, some of them were rather like, terrifying. You know?
Wait, an engineer.
That's the concern.
An AI, it's an AI clone of Jesus, it says. An engineer created the AI Jesus that has produced 30 words so far. And yeah, he writes about the plague, Caesar, and the end of days.
Yeah. Yeah. Caesar is a big metaphor, like all roads lead to Rome, you know, the Vatican, and just, I don't know, man. It's just so much. And I guess ultimately that's one call, because it's just, if they are taking the religious and like God standpoint, is like fanatics have always been the reason for mass persecution. And I'm not trying to invoke fear. I'm not going to live in fear, but like, you know, when it comes to, you know, the famous George Bush Jr. saying is, you're either for us or against us. And is that the standpoint that they're going to take with people who, I don't consider myself anti-vaxxer, but it's somebody that doesn't want to play ball with this game, with this game of psychopathy.
I think everything is templated, though. So everything that's happened since they declared a pandemic, 3/11/2020, I believe is templated off of everything that happened after 9/11. So after 9/11, it was, you're with the terrorists or you're with us. So you signaled that you weren't with the terrorists with your American flag. So everybody's waving a flag, and you don't speak out against the country or against the war. So you may as well have put the flag over your mouth. And so for the post-3/11 world, you signal your compliance, or rather your solidarity, with the war on the new invisible threat by wearing the mask and getting the vax. So you're either with us or you're with the terrorist. You're with the virus. So it's the same psychology.
So to what
I think it's a division.
Extent are they actually going to go?
I think it's meant to make sure that for the next 20 years or 19 years or whatever, I think it's meant to make sure that the left and the right don't make peace. It worked for 2020. I mean, it worked for 2001 to 2020. They managed to keep them divided over the topic of Islam, radical Islam, and terrorism. Very divisive. And that issue kind of wore out. And I think this issue will be the great divider for the next 19 years. I don't think it escalates. I don't think Bill Gates is going to kill us all. I think that the schism is powerful enough and it's perfect enough that, yes, that's what I think it actually is. So, no, I don't think there's going to be a Vaxageddon, just like Islamic terrorists didn't wipe us out and there wasn't some sort of...
Well, my concern is just more the communism and just like, are you actually going to go through with like relocating people to these mega zones? Are you actually like, are these FEMA camp conspiracies, actually, you know, the old conspiracies of Obama and the guillotines and things of this nature? I mean, that's pretty dark and stuff, and I don't entertain that too much. I would be more concerned about my mind being hooked up to this infinity machine than anything else.
That was the guillotine.
Like, to what extent are you going to isolate, even if you just cut off our ability to operate in society? You know,
look, I don't think the
if
FEMA
anything,
camp,
I think the vaccine would. Oh, go ahead.
No, the FEMA camp scenario though is not plausible. I think what they actually did was they decentralized it. So if you're at home and your entire frame of reference is the censored media, then you're in your FEMA camp and you're taking care of yourself. You're maintaining your own prison, and they don't have to chop off your head if they can cut off your perception of reality. And that's what they're doing. So I think we're already in the FEMA camps. I think that this is the worst it could possibly be.
We are.
It's all in the mind.
Quarantine in our own homes, you know, afraid. And well, that's the thing. Like, so I never stopped moving through this whole, you know, I traveled. I never stopped moving through this whole thing. I'm currently going through, my personal issue is I'm just so disgusted with, not disgusted, that's a strong word, just like with the mob mentality living in a very, you know, liberal city. It's hard for me to keep my mouth shut. So, like, I've worked in the restaurant business for a long time, you know, Rockefeller Center, just like New York City, very busy, upscale restaurant, but like, you know, like working in a restaurant, co-workers, people talk. Every single person, by the way, I'm not there right now, but every single person is, you know, they talk about what's going on, the state of the world. And I would be the only person there that's like, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And it's hard for me to like sit there and like work at a job where I now have to be the police for somebody that's sitting down without their mask, but when they walk to the restroom, they don't have it on. And I have to be, excuse me, sir, can you put your mask on? I'm not going to be the police, you know, but that's my new job as being a citizen policeman by proxy. And I don't want to deal with like the whole, I think whatever was liberal is completely twisted and everyone's just like went to this extremist. They're fanatics now. And I have a hard time even wanting to be a part of society because of the mentality. I'm probably going to move to a more, you know, I don't know, Florida or somewhere, you know, where it's just like the mentality isn't so, you know, I'm not going to stop living my life, but it's hard for me to, like, this is the first time in my life where I'm like, I don't even, like, it's hard for me to even really, I can't fit in with my coworkers because I can't hold my tongue when it comes to, like, my best friend being like, could you stand like a few feet back from me when you're talking to me? I'm like, seriously? Like, you know, it's just, it puts division amongst friends and family too. It's just it's a very evil thing that is being done.
I think so too. It was antisocial by definition. And what it displayed for us too was how by default, most people will go with the world stage. And because of last year, I really have kind of solidified this distinction that there are world stagers and the very few who aren't taking all those assumptions into everything, every thought. Like, so for example, if it's built into your worldview that the world's going to end because of asteroids and global warming and the virus, then yeah, it makes sense that everybody needs to get vaxxed and that anti-vaxxers are the enemy. So yeah, I understand that there's two different worldviews here. The true believers and the critical thinkers. And the critical thinkers are under attack, and they've managed to...
Oh, I'm in a total outcast. We're the lepers now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think it was a great strategy. They pulled it off quite well. And I think that was the intention because there was never, in my opinion, in fact, there was never a pandemic. But they used the excuse of curing a pandemic to put everything into place to go after the ongoing infodemic, which is the internet. And they're trying to quarantine the internet, cyberspace. And they're doing pretty well. I'm a super spreader of dangerous and infectious memes. This whole channel is just that. So
the memes are great, though. I think that's a great way, man.
It is.
I appreciate you having me on and talking to me for so long and taking up so much time.
Oh, yeah.
It really helps me though because it's hard for me. There's really no one that wants to talk about any of this stuff, but it's something that's like it's a catharsis. So I appreciate you. It's you basically like somebody randomly hooked me to your podcast, and the way that they hooked me to it was because I needed some car damage done, and they mentioned Bill Gates, and we kind of started talking for an hour and a half. I don't know if he's listening, but his name's Matthew Edwards, so I'll say thank you to him. But at another time, I would like to talk to you more about Flat Earth, but I'm going to let you go.
Sounds great.
Just very appreciative for what you're doing, man.
Yeah,
and
call back, and we'll talk about other stuff. But in the meantime, yeah, you brought up some great points. A lot of great stuff is brought up tonight, and I'll have to parse through this call later. But we keep this channel open to discuss these things because it's alienating to be surrounded by people who are completely spellbound by the mass media hypnosis. And this is very spellbreaking, and it has been for the 3 or 4 years we've been doing it.
I've been equated by some of my very close friends to being just an evil person who is selfish and doesn't care about anybody else. But so it's been tough. I've lost a lot of friends because of that over the years.
Right.
But thank you, man. And
Yeah, you're a super spreading variant factory, and you might wipe out the whole world with a sneeze. All right, hey, thanks a lot for the time. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too, bud. Bye.
All right, appreciate the call very much. And let's see here. I'm going through your comments to see if I've missed anything. By the way, we do have a Discord, and we have a forum. In anything you want discussed on this channel, go to infiniteplane.media. Throw in your links. We'll discuss whatever gets popped up there. Mark says, I went from too many friends to almost none. Well, now where I am, masks aren't mandatory. So it tells you where people stand. They can just wear the mask to say, look, I believe everything I see on TV uncritically. That's what it actually says. When they say that space junk is now a threat, I will put on a helmet. That's what your mask says. So you have the people who are double vaxxed, double masked, helmeted, living in fear. And they look at us like we're crazy. But there are enough of us, I think, out there promulgating memes and networking that you can see that there's not a consensus with the cult of the monolith. There isn't a consensus. And they want to create that. And so to create the illusion, they try to censor and censor. Like I said, this channel's been shut down 100 times. All right, let us see what else we have to go through. I have a lot of links here. Let's go ahead and listen to Elon Musk talking about summoning the demon.
You know those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like...
Yeah, the guy with the pentagram. This is the story where he talks about summoning the demon, because he would probably know. Like, I don't think it's that far-fetched to suggest that he is full-blown Thelemite. Probably has a shrine to Aleister Crowley in his basement. Just guessing, but it wouldn't be far off, I don't think, just based on the origin of the space program and really the occult roots of it all. You think that's just a rocket? No, that's actually, it's a symbol to the Lord of the Earth that they worship.
Summoning the demon. You know those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, you sure you can control the demon? Didn't work out.
I take it there will be no HAL 9000 going up to Mars.
Okay, now he mentioned HAL 9000 going to Mars. So HAL 9000 is from Space Odyssey 2001. Now you take the letters HAL and move them over one. So H becomes I, A becomes B, L becomes M. You get IBM. So it's actually IBM. And this is another reference to Space Odyssey, which, look, there's a great story here to be told that we go over here, and I'll go over this in detail, about Space Odyssey, Kubrick, and Space Oddity, David Bowie, and the parallels here, and how every significant move with the space program has had this accompaniment in music and in the culture, specifically through Bowie. First music video in space, Bowie song. Not a coincidence that Elon Musk sends Mr. Satan, Starman, to space with a David Bowie song playing. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Just talking about Elon Musk and his summoning of the AI demon. Any thoughts on this or any other topics that we've covered tonight?
Yeah, I want to talk about actually Elon Musk and Grimes. Have you heard about that whole thing?
Yeah, let's get into that.
Azealia Banks?
No. Azealia Banks. Is this... Yeah, why don't you fill me in? Because I remember something about Azealia Banks partying it up with Grimes and Musk, but what exactly happened?
Yeah, I think they dropped a bunch of acid together, and then she pretty much said, Elon Musk, his accent's fake, hair isn't there, and then that he kept like a copy of Mein Kampf like in his room at all times, and so she was posting on her Instagram story and all that, and said like the dude's obsessed with Mein Kampf.
Fascinating. It says here she kept him. Okay, they kept her hostage. Okay, there's a few articles about it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It was the media swept it under the rug, kind of went in the news cycle real quick.
Okay, I found it here. I found some articles about it. And I remember something. She said that he was doing nothing but popping pills and tweeting all hours of the night or something. But this is all strange. Grimes is a strange character. What are your thoughts on Grimes and her proclamation that AI would become our government and perfect communism?
I mean, I think she's part of like the coastal elite. I mean, you know, through and through, they have a plan and they're putting that agenda forward. You know, now Grimes, you look at some of her music and stuff. There's tons of alluding to like the devil and worshiping Satan. So it's just not good news. And having those two people together, it's pretty scary.
Well, I brought up earlier how Jack Parsons, the start of NASA, that they were involved in. Well, he was the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley. So that has its basis here with the space program. There's all this occultism. But Elon Musk's first wife, Justine Musk, she wrote all kinds of books about clones, like cloned humans, being used to inhabit demons that are summoned. I think one of her books is called, Blood Angel. But anyway, I thought it was strange that he's married to someone who writes about Satanism, demons, fallen angels being summoned into cloned beings in underground tunnels. And now here he is with his underground tunneling. I mean, yes, I think there's something there.
Yeah, no, it's very sketchy. And going back to, there's a bunch of Nazi scientists, they joined, the U.S., we were fighting to have them come over. I think that comes back to Azealia Banks saying, like, Elon Musk was, obsessed with Mein Kampf. But, yeah, you look at all the Nazi scientists, I mean, his name, can't remember it right now, he's called the father of the rocket.
Yes.
And he was he knew Crowley and everything, and they would, perform seances and all that.
That was Jack Parsons, but, now that I think about it, see, at first,
okay, yeah.
when you mentioned Mein Kampf, I would have kind of just like, that doesn't mean anything. But now that I think about it, you do have these connections, like, for example, Werner von Braun, who invented everything that Musk pretends to do, like, the whole, with the reusable rockets, the Mars project. That's all the idea of this guy, Werner von Braun. And his book, Mars, A Technical Tale about Mars colonization, has the leader of this colony called the Elon. So this guy has a connection to Mars, the space program, and Musk in that way, and he's a Nazi. So there's your Nazi connection. There's your Mein Kampf connection with Musk.
Yeah, exactly. She even said, like, his favorite quote that he would bring up a lot is, man has become great through perpetual struggle. Perpetual peace is greatness must decline. Which, that's just a very ominous quote right there. And for a man that rich that's what he's reading and looking into, there's definitely something to look at about his actions,
I'll dig into that a bit too, because now that I think about it, since we've got into the topic of the occult roots of NASA, of NASA and the space program, it is worth noting that within the Nazis, you had the occult secret societies, the Thule Society with the Black Sun and their occultism, which clearly is a big part of NASA as well. I mean, I think NASA is actually a religion, if you ask me. I think it's got an esoteric side. So, yeah, great connections here. Azealia Banks brought that out. I mean, I would not have thought about that, but now, yeah, she may have come across something. I wonder what kind of NDAs she signed.
Oh, yeah. No, I have no clue. And that's what's crazy is, like, you can't find much about what she said about that time, because she was posting Instagram stories, all that stuff, saying, like, I was being held captive here and all the weird stuff going on. So it's definitely something to look into. She's been real quiet as of late, so it makes you wonder, what happened to her. Did they shut her up or what?
Yeah, I'm trying to find some of these tweets. I'll look into it, but excellent points that you brought up here. I think that these characters are all very shady. I think they all have connections to the same occult secret societies, and they telegraph it with all of their hand signs, all of their movements. It's encoded in their rocket launches. I mean, this is what we talk about on this channel all the time. And Elon Musk is a very fascinating character, because he's brought this AI thing out into the foreground, where it was all science fiction, but now he talks about it almost every other day, like it's about to happen. There's about to be some higher intelligence gift mankind.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that AI has already taken over around 2012 or 2013. I mean, the military is way ahead, by years, decades, compared to what the public has. I'm of the opinion that the takeover's already happened, and now we're being slowly disclosed it.
Interesting. That would make more sense. You're talking about subversion in general, and I would say we've been subverted, and it almost seems like it's just kind of becoming plainly obvious without it having been announced openly. But sure, very interesting. Any thoughts on this Mark of the Beast concept I was talking about with the last caller?
Oh no, I missed. I just hopped in. I just got off work.
Okay, no big deal. We were just talking about how whatever you think about this idea of the end of the world or Mark of the Beast, it's just pretty strange that they happen to put that symbolism all over everything. And AstraZeneca has a pretty clear 666 on it. It's just one of the things we were talking about because that all kind of ties into this, I think, this idea of this AI god.
No, same with the imagery of Saturn. The black cube on Saturn. It's the same thing. They hide it in plain sight.
Yes, and the last.
But yeah, man. No,
yeah, but hey, I appreciate the call, and if you listen to it from the beginning, the last caller brought up a lot of stuff about that in particular, and this Saturn stuff is key, I think, to understanding all of the symbolism that we see, all of the occult symbolism. It all ties into astrotheology. In fact, last caller brought up the George Floyd event, and this is something. If you've never heard this, 8 minutes 46 seconds. We all heard that. They talked about how he was suffocated for 8:46. The sun set in the Twin Cities that day, 5/25/2020, at 8:46. 9/11 started when the first plane hit that first tower at 8:46. Those are just some examples of where you can see these rituals are timed down to the minute, and it all ties in with the sun, in the calendar. But it's too precise to be coincidence.
No, it's weird. I thought his name was Greg Floyd.
No, it was George, but congratulations on not memorizing that because they shove so much propaganda at us. I feel lucky if I miss something.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. I didn't care much for the guy, like the way he looked.
Well, I don't. Are you talking about Floyd or Chauvin? I mean, the whole scene was ugly, but regardless. Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call. Call back anytime. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right. I have an article up here, SaturnDeathCult.com, Stanley Kubrick and the Saturn Death Cult. This is probably a topic we're going to dig deeper into in the coming days. I think I also want to get more into the symbolism of the number 42 and as it connects with Space Odyssey, Space Oddity, and this space age. I mean, there are stories that are told in the subtext of our culture that reflect in the, quote, real world. All right, let's see here. Mark says Floyd and Chauvin were work buds. Oh, they worked together for 7 years. There are so many holes in that story. I mean, in my opinion, Floyd and Chauvin are probably hanging out right now, having coronas out on Epstein Island. Autohoax says, truth groups severely underestimate the current standing of technology. Could be. I kind of think that we're conditioned to, like I mentioned earlier about Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently developed technology becomes indistinguishable from magic, and they want us mystified, not understanding anything. Like you can't even talk about journalism today seriously if the journalists or the undercover journalists or the reporters, investigative reporters, aren't actually getting into the underpinnings of what the media actually is, and they never do. Project Veritas will never say the words crisis actors. They will never go that far. They're world stagers, and this channel is not a world stage channel. This is probably the only truly post-media critique of the modern worldview that is, given to us, that we're immersed in. Okay, so I started a little bit later tonight. We had a glitch, not sure what it was. Could have been an EMP, could have been anything. But it seems like every time I start a live stream, something causes this thing to crash. So we started 30 minutes late. Appreciate the callers very much. We are going to be here same time tomorrow, 9 p.m. Mountain, open phones. And every day we record a podcast at random. So if you want to catch that, just subscribe to all the channels here. I'm usually recording. It's the Auto Hoaxer Revolution podcast, a 30-minute breakdown. Go to autohoax.com if you want to hear that one. We break down the major fake news and narratives of the day. Things that, because you don't have time to keep up with all the news. And I think one of the habits of mind that people have is they passively accept all of the news they didn't consume as true. Because if it wasn't, it would have been debunked. And so you have a great deal of information out there that you're just kind of on the fence about, or you haven't even thought about. So I find it useful to point out several agendas just so you can kind of see what's coming in the future, so you're not surprised. I mean, this channel, we called out the space junk thing. Before the Chinese space junk was about to hit somewhere on the world and it was a big controversy, we had already more or less predicted it. This channel on Sunday, this was right before Wednesday, 3/11/2020, we did a live stream called World War III starts on Wednesday, because the predictive programming was so heavily pointing at 3/11 being the end of the world starting, or rather the reboot of civilization starting in Seattle. And ground zero for the pandemic was in fact in Seattle, and the pandemic kicked off on 3/11/2020. Space junk, oh, by the way, if you didn't catch this, the space station is on a mission called Celestial Immunity. And Celestial Immunity, this mission, is going on up above while we're down here getting our vaccines. And in the middle of this mission, the ISS is hit by a piece of space junk. But the space junk hits the arm. So the symbolism here, and this is from May 31st, 2021, space station robotic arm hit by orbital debris. Now again, the mission is called Celestial Immunity, and now the space station's arm has a hole in it just above the elbow. In other words, the space station got vaxxed. This is another indicator, if you ask me, this is another indicator that this is just a major propaganda operation for the entire world, and it's not real. It's such a joke. Anyway, thanks for joining. This is Solemite Fly, Auto Hoax. Have a great night.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati on my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You're tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the holly grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that. Globe is an auto hoax. Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be. Yep, that's an auto hoax. So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it. Exactly, it's an auto hoax. Wow, sports is scripted by the number code, but do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax. Squad. Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home, cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping, cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know.
Has produced 30 words so far. And yeah, he writes about the plague,
You have
Caesar,
now
and the
entered
end
the
of
New World
days.
Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Okay, everyone, it is November the 6th, 2021, 11 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Let's go ahead and see who's in the chat. I just sent out live notifications via text and emails. I blasted it out there, so I'm expecting a few people to show up. In addition to those who are already listening, you just got through listening to a replay. Looks like we have a lot of people on Mixlr. So all the live links are now conveniently placed at infiniteplane.media. We're also on Odyssey, and as of tonight, we're on Twitter. Twitter is now allowing people to live stream on their platform. So I'm expecting a higher turnout than usual tonight. So again, thanks again to those of you at DLive, and let's see where else. Okay, looks like we are everywhere. So the topic tonight, the main topic of the evening, the topic of the day, it's this thing with the concert, and we'll get into that. Lately, we've been talking about the fact that we've correctly predicted not only how his death would go down, but how the media would respond to it. And I'm referring to Mac Parhar, flat earther, who died while displaying the symptoms of what he called COVID. And that's been one of the big stories of the last couple of days, and it's still blowing up. And there's quite a lot to look at there. But today I want to focus on Astro World Festival opens a portal to hell. So we're going to go ahead and start off with this. Direct quotes from an eyewitness, and then we'll go into the iconography, the symbolism, how the concert, the art, the poster, the entire production was designed to convey a very specific message. And it all looks like what I would describe, just looking at it, the symbolism, the way that everything went down, the timing of it, it does look very much like some kind of a ritualistic event. And listen to how someone there describes it.
Just felt like we was like literally like in fucking hell, bro. Like it felt like we was in a concert in hell. You couldn't breathe, you couldn't see. Like just imagine all the people they gonna find tonight who was in that crowd, who nobody could see, who nobody could hear, who passed out, and everybody was just trampling on top of them the whole fucking concert. Like I'm thinking it's probably gonna be like at least 100 people who dead tonight. Like I kid you not. Like
I think there were 300 injuries. 17 were taken to the hospital. I think 8 dead. But here's where he gets into how it's like hell and uses the terminology. That's what I'm really paying attention to.
It really fucked me up and like really spooked me tonight. Like that was like some demonic shit. Like, and what was so crazy, like people were screaming help, trying to tell Travis Scott. They was like help. The whole crowd was just going like help, 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 and he just kept going, bro. It was like that shit was scary, bro. It was so demonic.
Demonic, scary. You can just hear the words here. And I think they also said that the performance continued for 37 minutes after it was declared a mass casualty event. So that's kind of fishy, in my opinion, and I'll get into that and what I think about this, my entire assessment. I'm still looking at it, but there's some questionable things, and we'll get into all of it. But let's go ahead and hear an eyewitness.
Bro, it was like, that shit was scary, bro. It was so demonic, bro. And mind you, y'all see the type of music I make. Y'all.
Okay, so let's move on from that. Just again, direct quotes, demonic stuff, chaos, living hell. It felt like a concert in hell. We'll get into all the different keywords, and people have been sending me a lot of things. You have the concert itself looking like people spilling out of the open mouth of the devil into hell, like something out of one of these Renaissance representations of the underworld, souls being tormented. Hieronymus Bosch. It looks like a ritual of some kind. So again, we're going into the concert of Travis Scott, the Astral World Festival. This was in Houston. Much of the symbolism seemed to suggest passing through a portal, and the phraseology of see you on the other side. Open your eyes to a whole new universe. We have a lot of people in our Discord server who have been looking at this all day long, and we've been looking at all the different aspects of it, and I think you'll like what we've come up with. So for example, interestingly enough, Travis Scott was born on April 30th, and this is significant because that's the high point of the year. It's not actually Halloween, but it's May Eve, Witch's Night. That's or Beltane. So he's born on the high point of the pagan calendar, and here he is at this seemingly ritualistic event. So the two main dates in Satanism, Halloween and May Eve, and that's his birthday. Worth pointing out. Now, I went through this video of a couple of witnesses, and there's a few fishy things about them. One, there's too much joy, too much laughter in this short conversation. You have to remember, here you have allegedly 2 survivors from a mass casualty event. 300 people injured, 17 hospitalized, 8 killed, including young people. So this is a major tragedy. Yet here we have an interview with some of the fans who are at the Astro World Festival, and they're laughing, they're giggling, and they're using, you'll hear it, they're using certain phrases like sacrifice. Common theme. So I'm wondering here if there's a picture intentionally being painted.
Nowhere else you can go. You're just making it harder on the people in the front. And most people at most Travis shows, I feel like, know that. At this one, I feel like it was way too many people. It was way too many people that didn't know that, possibly, more than likely. And it just got crazy for everybody up there that was basically getting sacrificed. Okay, basically getting sacrificed. And the 2 individuals who are speaking here are talking to News KHOU 11. And another phrase that I keep seeing is we couldn't breathe, people screaming I can't breathe. So I'm looking for common themes. In addition to these characters being very unbelievable, they seem to be sending out very specific memes, and we can ignore their Masonic hand signs for now. That's not even necessary to bring that up. I'm just saying they look like they're having too much fun laughing with the camera to actually have just survived a mass casualty event. I was panicking a little bit. That's when I finally got out.
So you guys are being pushed, I mean, literally packed in where you can barely even move your arms.
Like, you're
so packed in, you feel like you can't breathe sometimes, you know? Even if this event was outside, and we were so compressed that...
Okay, so I'm getting here something else. I think there may be another subtext here, and this is why we're looking at this closely. I don't take anything from the mass media at face value, and it would be entirely possible to incite a riot, a big event like this. So it's not like it's impossible,
but it would be just as easy to insert a number of crisis fainters to conveniently die. So let's go ahead and go through some more of what we have uncovered at the Discord server. Okay, here we go. We have people falling down on the concert poster, falling into a pit or a hole. Very common theme. Again, the art seemed to contain a great deal of predictive programming within it. We also have symbolism of Saturn. The Phoenix is a big one. So on top of this portal, behind which he's performing in front of this big portal-like screen, and above it you do have a burning phoenix. The symbol on his shirt, demons passing through a portal, or actually what looks to be people in blue, and they go through the portal, and then they're red, and they have horns. And of course, red and blue, the purple, the transformation, the flames, purple and phoenix, these are all things that are all very much interrelated. And the symbol of the phoenix is a symbol of the new order after they burn down the old. Again, if you have anything in the comment section, I'll go ahead and go through that. We're definitely looking at all the different aspects of this. I'm just so skeptical at this point that I don't take anything at face value, and I'm looking, well, what's the agenda? What are all the witnesses saying? I'm hearing a lot of, we can't breathe, too many people. Also on Twitter, a number of people who aren't usually, I'd imagine, this critical of the news media have been taking this thing apart, which is one of the reasons why I like Twitter. I like all the crowdsourced information. Okay, so here's another one. 8 people confirmed dead at Travis Scott's Astro Fest. Victims were allegedly all front and center in the crowd. Convenient. Stage contains symbols: black hole portal background, fire, flaming phoenix. The stage itself was called Utopia Mountain.